Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? On my side, I'm doing good. Been a bit busy with other stuff, but I'm here now. I didn't progress too much on the factions and associations, so we are pretty much at the same stage of where we were at the last stream. In the meantime, I've been working on the updater with another guy named Jellula. He's helping me to redesign the new updater, because we have an updater in the old game, but we cannot reuse it because it's heavily based on crystal space technology. And so we want to remake it with Unreal Engine technology. And at the moment it's going okay. We did some good progress. We managed to compile the additional libraries that we need on Windows and on Mac. On Linux, I still have to do some steps, but should be doable as well. The updater has been added as a new module here into our main project. So the idea was initially to have the updater as a separate application. Sorry, as a separate application. But then we decided it probably was better to have it inside the same PS Unreal X. So this is what we did. So when we will update, the only cons to that is that when we need to update the updater, we will have to update also the main game and vice versa, because now it's the same executable. But there are a number of other advantages, so at the end we decided this way. We'll see how it goes. At the moment the updater is able to update patch files and create patches. So yes, pretty much what we need. There is some work to do on the UI and to integrate the updater into the main app. Now the plan was to do it today as well, but since this other developer is not here with me, I think I would hold it and wait for him, because I want to do it on the same line, the same thinking of this guy. So I will wait for him. But just to let you know that the updater is in, we want to release the next version of the game with the updater in, so that we will then be able to update the game automatically. To update the game automatically whenever needed. Okay, so today what I want to work on is factions. I think we did some work the last time. We did good progress, I would say. We changed the database, we changed a bunch of stuff, and I think we made a good progress. I think we had yes, these two files. So let me reopen them, unless they are already open now. Let me reopen them so that we see where we left, because I didn't work on it since the last time I was streaming, so I have the same information as you have at the moment. So okay, so this was kind of a summary of what we want the faction to be in terms of types, in terms of how they operate, in terms of ranks and attributes for different ranks and such. Here on the right side you see the old UI, so that is how the UI was made. Oops. This one, and basically was only one tab inside the skills window. And in terms of visualization, was only a list of factions with a value associated. Right, so it was like crafting association value 10, dark order value 55. So that's what it was. So it was not very easy for the player to understand exactly what that value is bringing in terms of benefits and such, right? So we restructured the database, and in the restructuring of the database, we have let me close this. In the restructuring of the database, I have expanded the factions table, and I have added a new table which is called faction ranks, which is actually managing all the additional information that we need in the for the factions, right? And yeah, at the same time we also fixed a few bugs. So if you go to the bug tracker and do a refresh here, there are some which have been fixed, there are some that are ready to test and fixed pending release. So fixed pending release basically means that the bug is actually fixed, but since it requires some files to be updated, then we needed to issue a new client release. All the ones that I could fix server side I did, but the ones that require a client update will be fixed for you when we release the new version. Okay. Yeah. So we did a bit of updates here, a bit of fixes, and working on the updater, as I said, and now working again on factions. There is an example screen that I created for the factions, and let me do one thing. The first thing I want to do, I want to just check if there are any changes made by anyone since my last comment. I think probably yes, but let's see. What happened? I did show log and nothing happened. Okay, let's see. This time. No, I think the last one was my my check-in. So I think I'm fully up to date with the code base, which is nice. So we don't have to do any updates. And so what we can do is to restart the editor, because we were working on the editor. So we did a piece of the server side. I don't think we did all of it, but at least we can send the factions to the client. So the point where we arrived was that we were able to see the factions getting sent from the server to the client, right, for each character, I mean for the current character. And there is something in the updater. Interesting. The updater is blocking the editor to start. But I can recompile. Let me just be sure I didn't do any changes, but it seems to me that it was properly updating. I mean, it was properly compiling, and so if it compiles fine here, you can check if it gave any errors of any kind. So it seems that the updater is getting into the way. Of starting our editor. So usually when he says something like this, it means that we are missing, and because the compilation goes well, but it means that we are missing some required DLLs or required libraries to run the editor. So actually we are starting the editor. Let me just double check in which directory we are starting it. So we are executing debug game in Unreal Engine Win64 directory, and then we are launching this project. Right? I don't remember if here I had any. I had to copy any. It's hard to understand because this directory is a mess. This directory has a million files, so it's pretty hard to understand if I copy the different libraries here. But it's having an issue with the libraries getting loaded. In theory, I have it here. So I think if I copy in this directory the two that I need, I think it should be fine. Now they are under third party at the moment. We are using two additional libraries. Hello Hula. How are you? One is this one, which is called zip.dll. You can try to copy this one under Win64. And the other one is the xdelta, which is the one that we need to diff files. So these are these two basically. These two files. Let me see if it starts now. I mean, it should. I think it should, but I hope it does. %. Okay, it started now. Yeah, so we were missing those two because these two are the additional dependencies that we have added to the updater, and so we need to copy those two into the main directory. Okay. So the other thing so let me just refresh where we were. So we created a new material, right, which was called M-Atlas Icon Factions, which was exactly this one, which was made of an atlas, and based on the icon position, it was getting a specific icon for the faction, right? The other thing that we did was, I think inside our main Planescape Player controller, or I don't remember if it was here or in the PS character, but we added a kind of a printout to show all the factions that were being sent. I mean, all the factions sent to the client, right? Exactly, here it is. So we were already going server side, client side, client side, server side, requesting the factions, then coming back with an answer from the server, and then sending it to the proper window, which is the skills and stat window. And inside that window, we had a function which is called receive faction standing, which at the moment we're just printing out the information of the faction and nothing else. But what we want to do, we want to enable this information, I mean, really display this information into a UI. Okay, so I think we were already pretty far ahead, right, in this thing. Now let me see from the UI perspective. I think that in the UI I didn't do much. So under Windows, I don't even know if I created a Win faction now. So we have the Win skills. The Win skills is the one that is actually holding all the skills and the factions. Now, I don't know exactly how this thing works, but select stat, select faction. Okay, so there is a specific button that you click at the top, which is the tab, and when you click it is displaying the faction tab. Okay, enter skill company ID, click at panels, add scrollable factions, scrollable faction set, switches to the current panel onto the clicked one. Active panel, clicked panel. Branches, active panel, click panel. Okay, so here is only basically making that panel visible, right? I mean, the old one invisible and this one visible. So the only issue I have is that this clicked panel is, okay, scroll box factions. Okay, so it's assuming that there is a scroll box. Is assuming is a scroll box. Yes and no, because we know that our UI looks like this, right? It looks like this. So I think we should associate. Now I'm thinking if we should associate it here, but no, I think we should associate it before, because it is only switching, it's not loading, right? So I think we should we should populate when we are receiving the faction from the server. Now, do we want to have a window already kind of pre-made or not? Because there must be two scrolling sections. One section is this one on the left, because you can have many and so they can scroll. And another scrolling area is this one. So it's a bit different than just having one scrolling section. Now we can have these two inside another scroll box. So they can be a big scroll box scrolling the whole thing, but I think it would look a bit weird. I think the easiest would be to have that scroll box always fixed. So I think factions should work slightly different. Let me see which kind of... Yeah, it's passing a scroll box option. Scroll box object. So we are a bit bound to having it as a scroll box at the moment. But it's okay. So let's try to do something. When we receive the factions, right, client side, here we are on the client at this point, inside the window, I would like to get the scroll box factions and add a child to it, right? And this child will be a panel. This child will be a panel. No, sorry, I have to do the... No, I have to do it in more steps, so it's not enough. It is not enough. So first thing, I need to clear the previous one. Otherwise, it will never work. Okay. So the first thing I need to do, I need to clear any pre-existing information. So I have to clear children. Right? So this is basically removing all the children that this scroll box has. So we will basically clear the list. That is the first thing we should do, because otherwise the second time doesn't work, obviously. Right? Now, when we are sure that there are no children, now I can add as a child a new window. Now, I think I need to design this new window at least with the 2 columns and 2 additional scroll boxes. So do we want to design it as a window, or do we want to design it as a widget? Because actually we have this thing of tabs, but I really don't like. I think this thing of tabs should go away, by the way. It's a bit annoying. So let me just design it as a widget or as a window. I'm really thinking about it. Yeah, because it's actually a tab, but it's looking like a full window. And then inside the window, we'll have widgets, which are, so I think we should call it... let's try to call it a window and see if there is any drawback, but I think it's fine. So if we do win factions, can we do win skills factions? Yeah, maybe it's more clear, right? So if we do win skills, because we have a win skills, if I do win skills underscore faction, I think it's more easy to understand that is a piece of it, right? There is a piece of it, yes. So inside of that, what I will need 2 scroll boxes. We should be organized in in an horizontal. So I think we should put an horizontal box, which is basically organizing items in an horizontal square, right? In like horizontal cells. And then inside the horizontal box, we can have 1 scroll box for the left, which is the one, and another scroll box for the right. Okay? And this one will be position 1, and this one will be position 2. So let me just see. What is the position? I don't remember. But I think it's like this. I think it's already doing it. I mean, I think these two are already, yes, are already in two separate positions. Now, the important point is that we want the left not to occupy the full space, but we want, well, we want the horizontal box to occupy the full space, that's for sure. It does it automatically? Yeah, I think it does it automatically. No, I put it manually. What is this? No, this is the anchor. No, I want just to, I think like it is now is good. The only problem is that my scroll box should take, I don't know exactly why it's not doing fill. Yeah, exactly. Only requires much spare room as needed. Yeah, we can also leave it like that because anyway there will be object inside of this. But I just want the left one, you know, to have like a fixed sides. I cannot do it. But I think if I add some padding and then the info inside, I think it will work okay anyway. I don't think I need to specify it because if I want more space around the content, I can just add some padding. Maybe I can already do it now. You know, I could have anyway like a 20-20 on the left and on the right, which I think is okay. And then inside, yeah. The only problem is that we need these two things to be named and variable. So we need these two things to be, so this would be a scroll faction names, let's call it, and this one will be a scroll faction ranks, right? And both of these two things, I want them to be variable and I want them to be visible from the outside because I will have to populate these two objects, right? Okay, so I think that for now it's okay. Then what we want to do here is to add, to create. Do I have to create it? I think I need to create it. Now we will try to see if we can, apart from the initial creation, if we can just update the screen when new factions are getting added, because it's a bit of a waste, you know, to resend the whole set of information every time. I think it's not very optimal, you know, so we need a kind of an update of this window. But so I want to create a win skill faction at least the first time, and add it as a child. Okay. And add it as a child of my scroll box faction. So this will add this window where we will have the factions to our tab of the skills. So which I think is fine. Then we need to start to create the faction list and the ranks list. Okay. Okay, good. So for the faction list, definitely we need a widget. And the faction list can be a very simple widget, just a button, and that you can click. The name, so like we designed it here, so it's just the icon and the title. I think it's fine. Also because only the ones that you know are actually displayed, right? So I think we can create a very simple widget. So let's go under widget and let's create a new widget wd function name. I think wd function name is clear enough. It is one function. Okay, and this one will be pretty simple. We'll have only a WD button, right? I think we have we don't need we need a WD slot, or we need a WD button. I think a slot is enough. We can put a button at the top on all of them for clicking. So yeah, I think we can do WD slot type. I'm thinking why we did differently in the past. Yes, because WD slot item also has the border and all that stuff. Okay, so that's why we use the WD button basically. Because WD button is clean, so there's nothing in it, so I can shape it as I want. Right? I think so, at least. And so here the point is that I can I specify the atlas directly, or should I? These names are not very intuitive. These names are not very intuitive. Let me do something. WD button. So first of all the properties of our object should be named plane shift so that we recognize them, right? Yes. So this one should be category plane shift, and this one as well. So we know why I'm doing it, because then it's easier for me to recognize in the panel the one that I can actually change, right? Material, then we have material and texture. These are the two that I'm a bit confused about. Material and texture, but I think I can watch it from another. I can just check it from another window and see how it was done. Like this is a WD button, right? No, it's not here. Fuck, why? Because I didn't associate it? Maybe. Probably I'm associating it on the fly. I'm not selecting a material here. Why am I not selecting a material? Because as a default, if it's not set, is assigning it to. Yeah, but basically the atlas is material. Now I don't know exactly what is. The atlas is material. What about the texture? When is this texture used? Never. Never in this button. Unless it's used in the material definition. I don't know. But basically material is actually the atlas. So this one, I will rename it Atlas Material, and I will move it to the plane shift category. Okay. So why I'm doing this? Because now this will make a bit of an impact everywhere. I don't know, but I think it's better to do it now than later. Okay, so I saved it. So if I go into my faction thingy, you see that now I have a plane shift category. Unfortunately, it's written with a space in between, but it's okay. Which is telling me the atlas material, the atlas position, X and Y, right? Right. So these are the ones that will be set. So if I select, let me try just to select for a second faction atlas. If I select 0, 0, yes, it should display. Now here is not updated, I don't know why. But actually I think in game it will show. But basically what I need to do, I just need, based on the faction, to get the to set the position X and position Y based on what I'm getting from the data that I'm receiving, right? So we will have this, and then we will have on the right side a faction name. So I can just add a text very simply. Which should wrap text automatically. So you should go, yes, exactly, in case the space is not enough. And this one, and this one will have, I don't know, in terms of size, I have no idea. Let's keep it like this, and then we see how big it is. I think it's probably a bit too big, what I can say. Let's try a 20 instead of 24. I think we'll have to make it smaller than this, but. And can we use our font? Yes, we can. Okay, nice. So this will be the widget, very simple widget, just the icon and the name, right? On top of this, we need a standard button that we can click, right? The same way we did, for example, for the WD scalability. I think this one should be WD with the WD guild member. There is the header, or is the no? This is the right one, yeah. So when I click on it, our mouse button down. So what we do, we have basically a transparent image on top, which has the which is sensing the click. And then we have a dispatcher. Okay, yes, like we did the other times. Okay, just trying to remember how to do it, but I think it's okay. So, so we need to add a dispatcher here, which will be called WD. How do we call it here? We call it click member dispatcher. Okay, we can call it click faction dispatcher or something like that. Click faction dispatcher. Okay, and this one will be called, right, whenever I mouse down on my button that I'm not on my button but on my image. So I'm going to add an image on top of this, which is actually, oops, which is actually transparent. So I want to use the same. Let me just check the material I used. Here I basically use no material. Alpha 1 color 0. So this is what I did. Yeah, but if I do it like this, Alpha 02. I think it can be alpha 0. Why alpha? I think it can be alpha 0. So it's completely transparent. I don't want to have a kind of a shading effect. I just want to, you know, this thing. And yes. And basically here we want, you know, we want something similar to this. So we need to call our dispatcher, call click member. Yeah, we need to call. I'm just copying from the other one because it's simpler for me. And okay, so self is the reference, but I don't know if we need. I think we had to store a kind of an ID, right? Like here we were storing a character ID or something. Otherwise, we will not know. And this one is member selected. Yeah, we need to add a parameter. Sorry, it's not target. We need to add a parameter. Now the parameter can be so input. It will be faction selected or selected faction. The same to me. And this one will be a WD faction name object. And so here we can pass self. So basically this dispatcher will know which one we clicked, right? And then I think we just need to have this handled thing to say that we properly handled the message. So basically what this does is that whenever you are clicking on top of this image, which is just an overlay on top of our picture and text, so whenever he clicks here, he will call the dispatcher for the mouse click. Right? Now in the calling window, so in the father window, let's say, right, which is our WinSkill faction. So on this one, when this is initialized, we will have to register for the WD dispatcher. Otherwise, so not in the construct, we have to do it when we create the object. Sorry, yeah. When we create the object, not here. When we create the object, so is here. Yes, exactly here. So when we create the window and we set that, now here we are creating. Here we will create one WD faction name for each, right? So we will have another create widget, which will be creating a faction name, right? And this faction name is the one that has the bind. So on this one we can call the dispatcher, and so I can bind the event to click whatever you say. So I can attach an event. So whenever I click it, I can call a new event that I'm creating here, right? And I can call the event as I want. So I can call it faction clicked, very simply. And considering that we placed this input parameter as a self, now I have the faction as a parameter here, okay? And so I can reuse it now, and so I know which one he actually clicked. I think it's okay. Now when we So I think I want to go by ID, right? Because every faction has its own ID. So what do we need to do? I mean ID and name, but name I can catch it easily. I need to add inside this thing a new variable. By the way, I should rename those things because like this is not really nice. Image, so this will be emg faction, and this one will be txt faction name, right? Both of them are variables because I need to set those two from the outside. No, sorry. EMG faction. No, this is the. Let's call it EMG faction click. And the actual image is this one. So it's button faction image. Okay, so this one is the faction image. Okay. Okay, so now they have better names at least. Now I need to add a new variable, which is the faction ID. It will just be an integer, so very easy. And this one is holding the ID of the faction, and we need to set it up, so I think we need a setup function. So we need a new function which we called setup faction. So I created a graph, I want to create a function. Yes. Setup faction. So this one will have as an input, I don't know if I need, well, for sure I need the ID, like we said. Faction ID. It is an integer, okay. But then I need also the atlas position and the atlas. I think I can set always the same one because anyway it would be the faction atlas. So I'm not going to specify it as an additional variable. It's already, it's fixed, and we all will be taken from there, right? But I need the X and Y, or we can do it even a bit cleaner. So the X and Y, we manage it like this. Yeah, I think we can manage it inside that thing. So we can, because we under data, we have our DT faction, which is associating to the ID of the faction, is associating the atlas and the X and Y, right? So I think I can just work with the ID. So get data row, whatever, get data row table something. So starting from the factions table, I'm getting the row name as, come on. Okay, just needed a bit of conversions, but yeah, because it starts as an integer, but it's okay. I'm converting it to the row that I want to take inside the data table, and from there, and from here, I'm going to from here. I'm going to take the outro. The outro will be my description, which is actually the name, which I don't think we used, right? No, description is the atlas, yes, but for now we will not use it. The atlas will be fixed, and then the X and Y. You see? So we can set, so we can get our image faction, this one, button faction image, and on this one we can set the atlas X, and we can set the atlas Y, And the material, I'm expecting it to be already set, like we said. Okay. Because as a default, I placed it in the object, so it should stay as it is. So this would be the X, this would be the Y, and then another thing that I need is the name of the faction, because I have to print out the name. So the name should come from the name. I have it here, so I can pass it as well. So let me add in this setup faction the ID and the faction name, which is actually a string, right? And here we will do txt name get text, no, sorry, set text, and this set text we will set it to faction name, right? Okay, so this should do the setup, right? Given an ID and a name, we'll display one faction. Yes, it should be fine. Now, I was just checking on the web how many people streamed Unreal in 1 week and actually advertised that on the Unreal channel. It's not too many. So I think I have pretty good visibility on the Unreal channel. Okay, so one thing that I've seen the other day is that Unreal was actually streaming. I mean, the actual Unreal Epic Games people were actually streaming as usual, but then they decided to host someone, and they hosted an Unreal developer. I mean, just a random guy on Twitch, you know. So I was thinking it could be a nice idea if I could, stream at the same time and see if maybe they host me. Because I think if you get an host, you get easily more visibility. Okay. So, so that is done. So we are setting up the faction. Now, what we need to do then here is after we create a new widget, we want to use our function, which is setup function, the one that we just created, right? And we will pass in two things, the ID, which I hope we have, yes, there it is, and the name. So these are the only two things that it needs to operate. Right? Now here the lines are not optimal, but I think it's okay. Okay, so for each faction that we receive, we iterate, we create a new faction widget, we set up that widget, we bind the on-click of that widget to a function that we will define. For now, I think we can just print out something is okay, saying clicked, and then we need to add it though as a child, because we didn't do it yet. So we need what I was doing here. Here I was selecting the first one and showing the first one. Okay, I understand. Okay, so this piece, let me do something. Maybe we can put, it's a bit of a mess from the layout, but because here we are, for each new faction that we receive, we are setting up a faction widget and we are adding it as a child, what I have to do now it should be a child of not this. Get faction no. Because it doesn't know. Wait a second. No, it's this guy. Get faction names. Yes, this one exactly. Okay, let me try to unravel a bit the thing. Okay, so this one we should do add child. There is a scroll box, right? There is a scroll box, so we are adding as a child of the scroll box the newly created faction, which is this one, right? Okay, and then we bind the event to the same object. Trying to make it look better, but I don't know if I can. Okay. Okay, so is this better if I put it above? It's the same. Okay. So for each faction received, we set up the widget, we add it as a child, we bind the event to the click, and so we should be able to see it, see the icon, and see the text, and be able to click on it. Now, what we need to do, we need to simulate, that the first one is actually highlighted, or anyway is already pre-selected, because otherwise you will have to select, and why select if you. So we can, when this is completed, I think we can automatically visualize the first one, right? The problem is that here I'm doing something that I don't understand too much. I think we need to get faction standings. What the hell? I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused about these two variables. Yes, now I remember. I think I remember because the factions was a kind of a static description of all the factions in the game. The faction was a description of all the faction in the game, but the standing exactly is storing the particular score of a particular player to particular. Okay, so this is the pointer to what you have. The problem is that I have to go by ID. That's very annoying. So they are not in the same sequence, you know. They are not in the same sequence. It is interesting. It is not in the same sequence. So this is an array of structure. I need to get the element which has the faction ID equal to the faction ID equal to the one that I'm displaying as a first. Now, I mean, it's not too hard. I can have, you know, I can have a new variable which is called current selected faction. So it's not a big issue. I think I can put it into, I don't know if I want to put it into win skills or if I want to put it inside my win skill factions. Probably would be more cleaner, right? Yeah, I think it's cleaner. I think it's cleaner, even if I need to get it from there, but it's okay, I can get it. So let's add a new variable which is current selected faction ID. Do I want to go by ID? Yeah. Well, I can always get the ID from a faction. Because then I need this also for the highlight. You know, so I think if we set it as a WD faction name, which anyway contains the ID, will probably be a bit easier for us to operate, because then we need the highlight to happen as well. You know? And okay, so current selected faction, we have it here. It should be visible and should be a variable, yes. Now I think when we finish this loop, and so we loaded all the data, we can automatically set this variable inside by the way, this faction widget, are we setting it anywhere or not? Because after this call we lose it, or we set it as a variable, or we will never have it. It's true that we destroy it. We destroy it and recreate it. It's kind of stupid though, because I should okay, I mean, it's not a big overhead, but I could probably reuse it, you know, so not destroying it, but just reuse it. I'm thinking what is better, but anyway, we need to so after we do this, we need to get from this guy we need to set the current widget ID, whatever, set the current selected faction to the first one. Why I don't do it? Why I don't do it immediately on the first element? I think it's probably easier. If I do it here. If I do it here in the first element. Right? So I could do this. I could set this will become way bigger than what is now. Huh? Way bigger, I tell you. So I can set this thing to empty at the beginning. Right? So I know that it is the first cycle. So I'm just cycling on the first element. And then after I start the loop, I just set the first element to be, so if that is empty, in this case I set it as empty, right? So I can do a check, and the check can be if the current selected faction is equal to none, right, is equal to null, which I guess, or should I say is valid? I think there is an is valid, right? Is valid. I can do it like this, or I can do it like this. I think I prefer this one because it's already done for me, right? So we can do, if the current selected faction is valid, we just proceed as normal. If it's not valid, meaning that is the first cycle that we do, then we set it, right? Then we do something like that. And we set it to this thing. So actually I need to do it after I create a widget, obviously. So this thing I need to do after I've done this, otherwise I don't have it, obviously. Obviously I don't have it, so I will do it here. So if it's valid, it continues as usual. If it's not valid, it goes here, is set, and then it continues as usual. We just need to set this to this. Okay. This thing is a bit of a mess. Can I get the target? Just to clear up the lines a bit. Okay, I think it's clear enough. Maybe I can also do this. Is it a bit cleaner or no? I can move the red at the top. Okay, I think it's a bit cleaner. So, so basically we set the first element to be the one that has been clicked. Okay, so this is what we do. So we set it as that one is the one that's been clicked. Now, I think we can call the highlight, because we need to highlight somehow, right? We need to highlight the one that has been clicked, but for now I don't know if I want to do it. I will do it later. It's just a nice to have thing, you know. But you click on it because you will see the name at the top anyway, so it will be very clear which one is selected. Very easy to understand. So after we do this, we basically have this one set up. So why I did it? Because I want, whenever I finish, you know, to display the information for the first one. And the first one is this one. So at this point I can get from this guy the currently selected faction, right? Which at this point will be valid because I have at least one element, hopefully. If I'm receiving a list with 0 elements, this thing will bail out completely. So, but I still will go through the completed. I will still go through the completed. Yes. 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 So I want to display. What I want to do, I want to display the ranks on the right side. I want to display the ranks. So basically I want to display, so now we did this part, okay? Somehow, I don't know if it works, but we did this part, left part. Now I want to display the right side based on what I've selected. The only thing I'm struggling a bit is to understand from this faction I can definitely get the faction standing. That would be kind of easy, because I need to get, well, if it was a T-map, it would have been a bit easier, but we decided to have it as a structure. So I actually need to find, you know, the right one. But, okay, I need to find the one that is selected. I need to find the standing that is selected. So I need to for each loop. I think there is another way, because I don't have a direct pointer, you know, to that. I don't have a direct pointer to that. And in the body, I want to iterate through all my faction standings. And I want to find out the one that has get faction ID equal to this guy. No. Equal to this guy. Yes. And so at this point I know that I have the right faction, right? I know that I have the right faction. The problem is that with this ID, so if the branch, I could maybe make a function of this. What do you think? I can make a function which is just get standing by ID. I think it's a bit simpler. Yeah, I would prefer to make a function actually. I'm inside win skill though. I think I can make a function inside my faction thing. And I will call it get faction standing by faction ID, which is kind of a long name, but I think I like it this way, so it's more descriptive. So I will get the faction ID, which is an integer, and I will get faction standings, which is actually an array of faction standing, which is the same one I'm getting from the outside, right? And so what I can do here, instead of this mess, I can do it inside that function. So here I can just call yeah, from this I can get faction standing by faction ID. So I can call this function here, and I can delete all of that mess. And I only have to pass this, and I have to pass what? No, still the current selected faction ID. I need to get it. Okay. So these two parameters I still need. But it's a bit cleaner, you know. So this one will return a faction standing. Now the problem I have is that, okay, I have the faction standing, which is actually the faction standing. I'm not fully sure so because I need this faction ID, we said, to be equal to this faction ID, right? And if this is true, then we can break can break, and we can break. Here I think I should just return the score, because at the end what I need to know is the score of that faction. That's the only number that is defining all of this. It's only a score at the end, so I just need to, so in the return node I think I need to return the score. So I think I will call it faction score, which is probably more understandable. And this would be just an integer, and that's it. Yes. Now, if I do it like this, I think it will not work, because I'm in a loop. So I need a local variable, which will be faction score. Come on. Because faction score is already the faction score, faction standing score. I don't know, faction standing score. Okay, you like it this way? Thank you. And this one will be an integer as well. Yes. So we need to set this as empty at the beginning. So it would be 0. I don't know. Well, actually, I don't know, because 0 is actually a valid number, but I don't have another way. So it would be 0. So if it doesn't find it, it's automatically 0, which I think is okay. And then if we find it, when we find it, right? So if the branch is, so if it's equal, then we are gonna set this thing, and then break. Hello, Tony. Welcome. So I'm setting the score, and then from the score I'm setting this. Okay. Yeah, this loop is not really. If it's any better. Yeah, maybe it's better. Okay, so so here we are basically searching for one faction standing that has the same ID of the one that is supplied by the current selected faction, and is returning me the score that we have in that faction. Okay, which I think is nice. I don't know if it works, but in theory it's nice. So this one will return me the faction score. Now I have the faction score, and so what I need to do, I need to populate the right panel with all this information. The problem is, how do I know which selected faction? Well, I think I can call. But I can also do another thing, which maybe is easier. Wait. I have another idea. If I just call this guy. Can I call this guy? Yes, I can call it. You know, because instead of doing the work twice, so meaning at the beginning where you by default select the first faction, and then when you click it, I can just do it when you click it, right? So what I'm saying is that this can just call faction clicked, with the faction being the first one that we have set here, right? And then inside function clicked, which is here, which happens anyway. The problem is that I don't have any environment variables at this point when I enter this one. So the only thing I know is the faction, which I can get this thing. But I don't have my standings, right? So I think I need to set, the first thing I need to do, I need to set this standing inside my, yeah, I think it's the best. I need to set this standing inside my window, so I have them also after. And I think I can do it I think these two variables, standing and factions, should go also inside my window. I think it's the easiest way. So I always work inside that window. I'm thinking if it's the right thing to do, but I would say yes. So let's add two variables. One is called faction standings. Which will be a faction standing array. And another visible, whatever, and another one which is just called factions, which will be a faction array. Okay, so when I create my new window, what I want to do, this thing is becoming a bit big, but it's okay. It was expected to be this way. I want to set factions, and I want to set faction standings. So we have them inside a window forever, okay? Unless they, until they get updated. But so I'm gonna set this, and I'm gonna set this. Okay, so we have them in our. Why we don't get this one from here? Okay. So it's slightly cleaner. Slightly cleaner. Okay, so we set the faction standing, we set the thing. So now in our window we have both variables, which is nice. So when I go here, now let me move this thing. I think I need to move this thing somewhere else. So let's do this. Let's move all of that, which will become way bigger. Down here, but why have this line? The red line is correct, is the only one that we want. The red line is the one that we want. The other lines, what are the other lines? Okay, this one is impossible. And this one, fuck. And this one we need to set as well. This one we need to set as well, otherwise it will not work. So we need to know, yeah, or we just create it, because here we are recreating it every time. I don't know if it's a great idea actually to recreate it every time. So I could set it in the construction, in the construction of this window, because this one will never change. The content will change, but the okay, I think I can move this in the constructor of this window, so that for faction we will always have this window created, and then we'll just clear out the children's. Here's something I can do. Hello, I see new people join. Welcome. By the way, we are streaming on Twitch as well, so if you are more keen on watching it on Twitch, you can see it on Twitch. The link, I can give you the link if you want, but it's basically just Twitch/PlaneShift. So you can watch it here or there as you want. Okay, and the chat is in common. So, what I was saying, yes, we will move that into the constructor. Maybe not now because I already did a million changes, but we should remember that this one should go in the constructor, will be a bit cleaner. Now, when I click here, what I need my this is why I was saying that, because this window, so maybe it's better if we do it now. Scroll factions. Well, actually, because when we create all those tabs, are they already predefined at the start? Yeah, they're already predefined at the start, actually. They are already predefined at the start. They are already, so and there is this scroll box faction. So actually, if I don't understand too much what are all these spacers that are here. I have no idea what they do. But because if I could create below this directly, a faction window, this one, if I could put this here, looks a bit weird. It seems to go all to the left. I don't know if it will do the same in game, but if I put this, wow, why so big? Oh, I think I made a mess. No, what happened? If I could add directly, it still shows as big as this. Why it shows as big as this? Because actually is as big as this? Probably. Yeah, size X 1921. No, this size is not the right size. We exaggerated a bit too much. Let me see if I compile it this way. Yeah, it's a bit better. Why is aligned on the bottom right instead of the top left? considering I have here the anchor on the top left. That I don't know. But also these spacers sometimes are a bit weird, you know, like this one, but I think it will work in game probably. I think it should work okay. We will see. Okay, but basically if I add it here already, and so if I have my win skill faction, why wants to call it 2013? There is another one already? No, there is not another one. Anyway, let's call it 1. Win skill faction 1. So if we have this one already in, means that what's going on? Ah, yes, it's complaining here, but it's okay. Means that we should not create it because we already have it. So we can just reuse this one, which I think is better anyway. The only thing we need to do, we need to be sure that we clear out the children of the 2 scroll boxes. So there are 2 scroll boxes, one is faction names and the other one is faction ranks. So we should just be sure that we clear all the children of these 2 windows when we are initializing it the first time. Right? So I think it is a bit better compared to what I was doing before. I mean, it's a bit cleaner. So we have, because the main window will always be there. So why recreate it every time? Hello, Maui. Welcome. Why we need to recreate it every time? How are you? So I think we can. So I don't need this anymore, right? Because this will be this. And this will be this. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I like it more. Definitely cleaner. Definitely cleaner. Okay, so we have the window in, and it gives us an advantage because we should not have this line anymore, you know, which was the line that I couldn't actually figure out. So this line is actually just a pointer to this window that we just created, right? So we are self-sufficient, you know, inside of this function, which is what we want. Now, yes, we need to put that in. So we have get faction standing by ID. Now we said that we have the standing here. So if I search get faction standing, I can just put it here as an input. Alright, so now everything is a bit easier because we have a pointer to the window. So it's a bit easier. Okay, so we have that, we have this, we get a faction standing by ID compared to the one that is currently clicked, which I think is perfectly fine. And wait a second though, because faction selected, yes, I passed this one. Okay, good. So we get the score. So we know the score of the actual faction that we have selected on the left side of the screen. So if I clicked on order of the keen edge, right, if I clicked on this one, I know the score, and the score is, I don't know, 23. One week away and missing factions? What do you mean? 1 week? You have been a week away? I've been a week away as well. So I'm clicking this and I'm getting and so I need to display this. Now, how to display this? That's a very good question. How to display this? So we have the score and we have the faction ID, right? So we need to, first thing we need to do, we need to clear out the right panel, right? But we cleared it out already. No, we cleared out only this. Okay, we cleared it only the beginning. Now, when we click, we need to clear it, unless it's the same one. Yeah, we could do a check. I mean, if it's the same one, it should do nothing, right? So if the current faction ID is different than the selected faction ID, then do something. Otherwise, do nothing. But I think we can do that later on. So I clicked on a faction. Ah, you've been on vacation? Nice. I didn't do any progress since last week. So you are exactly at the same spot. Because I didn't do... I worked on the updater. And we are trying to have the updater shipped in the next version, so that in the next alpha version, so that we can then update the client without too much trouble, without having you guys re-download 5 GB all the time. But it should be able to patch itself. Let's see. I mean, it's not working yet, but I think we made good progress on it. I'm just waiting the developer that helped me to come back. Yeah, so we have the score, we have the faction ID, and we have all the factions. So the first thing we need to do, we need to get... I think I need another function like this one, which is getting me the faction from the ID. Yes, exactly. I need another function. The good thing is that, you know, whenever you are in this UI and you are clicking on the different elements, because obviously there will be different elements here. Now I only have one, but the idea obviously is this is a scrollable list, right? And so in this case, the icon will be different, the name will be different. What else we have? I don't know. Conclave of the glyphs. There is a conclave of the glyphs in addition to the orders. So no, I clicked. Fuck. But I think it will keep it. Yeah, it keeps the formatting. Okay, so conclude all the glyphs, whatever. So this will have, you know, the things will have, I don't know, a glyph or something. I don't know. There is a glyph. So it's a scrollable list, right? And what? And so you can click this one or click this one and get corresponding ranks and everything, right? So I need to get the faction. So the good thing, no, I was saying that the good thing is that you don't go server again. You know, you have everything on your client, so you will know exactly. So by clicking on it, the client will work on itself. So it doesn't have to exchange information to the server. So we need another function like this. We need another function like this, which is called get faction by faction ID. Right? And this one will get as an input a faction ID. Exactly the same as the other one, which is an integer, yes. and then we'll get well, the faction standing, we actually decided to store it here, so I don't need that anymore. Also here I can remove it. What the fuck? Something bad happened. Ah no. No, it's okay. I don't need to pass it as a parameter because I decided to store it in the function, so it should be fine. So I think I need to do basically the same thing I'm doing here. So it's very similar to this cycle, if not identical. It's very similar to this. With the difference that instead of cycling on faction standing, I'm cycling on factions. Cannot let me because it's different type. Fuck. So I need to replicate it. But it's okay. We can do it. We can do it. So here we need to get the element ID. Did I connect everything? Seems so. So it's like this, with the difference that this is wrong. So what I want as a result, is the faction itself. So there is a local variable that lives only inside the function, right? And this variable is the one that we need to set to empty at the beginning, and the one that we need to set here as something, and the one that we need to return, because actually the output here will be the faction result. Okay, so I don't know why I do the set actually, because here I'm why I'm doing this thing. Fuck, this is a mistake. Okay, now it's correct. Cannot be like this. Okay. Okay, so I think we can I think I like the return to show after the completion of the time. So I just need to set it. So this function will be the current object, right? The problem is that the current object, so I need to recombine. I need to set this here, but I need to break my faction and here I need to take the, come on, here I need to take the ID. It's a bit messy. Better. Okay, so okay, so what do? We search if the ID is the same ID, and then if it's the same ID, we just return the faction that we selected, okay, which is this one. So in theory, this one should return empty if not found, or the faction that has been selected by ID. So that is get faction by ID. Okay, nice. So we also have this function. Now that we have also this function, yes, the faction standing we don't need anymore because we said that we just have it in the window, so it's not a requirement to have it passed in. But we need get faction by ID, which is the new function we just created. Okay, and here we need the same faction ID. We need the same faction ID, and here we need the same target. No. Yes. Okay. And what? I don't know. And okay, so here we have the faction here. So we need to show on the right side, okay, the actual faction. I think we can create a function for it. We can create a function for it, and I would put it inside our win skill factions, which I think is the best place. And so we will create a new function which is called display faction ranks. Okay, so the display faction ranks will get as an input the faction itself, which is of type faction, yes, and it will get the score, the player score, which is the score that you have in that particular faction. Okay, nice. Nice. So this function, we're gonna call it here. This printout we can remove it. This function we're gonna call it here. And the faction ID we don't need anymore. We just need the faction and the score. Right? Symmetry is completely fucked up, but it's okay. I like this. I like this shape. Okay, so I think it's okay. So basically what this piece of code is doing, just to summarize here, we can put a comment. The comment is display faction ranks and player score based on which faction has been clicked on the left side. Okay, this is exactly what it's doing. Or anyway, what it should do, because at the moment it's not doing anything yet. At the moment it's only aware of the fact that he has to do something. And he knows, at the moment he knows which is the faction, and he knows what is the score, but it doesn't display anything yet. Okay, the only thing that we are displaying at the moment is the left side. The left side, this part should be displayed. Right? Yeah. Okay. Now for this part. This part is the hardest one, huh? Boys! Do you want to see if it does something up to here? Maybe we can check in game if it does something up to here. So what I'm expecting is that we can put a printout here. So let me split the structure. We can put a printout here. Print, and we can say append. We can say clicked with the name of the faction, and maybe also the score. Okay, so we check score, and okay, player score. So basically this will tell us the faction that we clicked and our score in that particular faction. Okay. Now there is only a problem that I need to check. So in the database I need to have a player. At the moment we only have 2 factions. I think we only have 2 factions in our data table, right? We have faction number 1 and faction number 2. So these are the only 2 that we have. So just because we didn't populate the thingy, but I think we can use 1 and 2. So if I go to my character, name equal to Talad, is this ID. Okay, if I go to character factions and I search where character ID equal to this, these are my factions. Okay, I changed it already to 1 and 2. Okay, perfect. So we have score of 32 on faction 1 and score of 5 on faction 2. Okay, so my character is already using the first 2 factions, which is good. So what I'm expecting, I don't know exactly what I'm expecting, but let's see if something works. So let me launch. Is the database up? Database is up. Okay, we can launch the server. Let me just launch it without NPC. So it's a bit faster. Okay, false. Perfect. Okay, so now what I'm expecting is that as soon as my character loads into the game, all the UI is getting created. And during the creation of all the UI, also the skills window is getting created. And inside the skill window, there is the faction sub window, let's call it. And the faction sub window in the construct is loading. And the skill window, I hope I connected it. In the construct, yes, I'm requesting also the faction standing. Okay, so I'm populating the first thing and this is then getting back to us with the receive of the standings, which is here, and we do all of this mess that we just programmed. Okay. And the server was going up. So what I'm expecting is that I see the window of the skills, and when I click on factions, I see 2 icons on the left with their names, and I can click on one or the other and have a message that I clicked on it. That's what I'm expecting at the moment with my score. Right? Come on, boys. What it's doing is calculating stuff. Yeah, there has been some updates to the art, and at the moment my server is just calculating a bunch of stuff. Do I have all the maps or no? In theory, no. Huh? I have only the minimal maps, right? Content, maps. I have all the maps. GG. No, we cannot start it like this. It will take 1 hour. So let's remove all the maps we don't need. The maps that we don't need are basically all the maps except the main city and the podium map. Okay. This will be a bit faster, I guess. Let's restart server and client. If anyone has any question, please don't be shy. I'm here to interact with you. So if you don't know what I'm doing, if you want to know more about the game, if you want to ask me something, please. And by the way, thank you for the support. Thank you for all the people that are supporting with Patreon and with donations and with just watching the stream, with nice comments on YouTube. Why I don't have my character yet? Because I'm not connecting to the right database. Yes. I have to go into the production database. I mean, it's a copy of production, but anyway. Yeah, thank you a lot for the support and from the comments as well. So, and if you are new, just ask whatever you need. Okay, now we are at least on the right database. I don't remember if I switched my character to, I don't know if I switched my, did I switch my account to guest or not? Maybe I didn't. There is a guest account. No. Error synchronization with the database. Synchronize it. Fuck, error synchronizing with the database. What the fuck he wants? Because the database is getting written. Okay. GG. Okay. So okay, so if I connect with my character, apart from this freaking magic window, does it do something or no? Where am I? I'm in a weird place. Okay, anyway, I don't care where am I. I'm inside the caverns below below. By the way, I've changed the source of the sound to be not on the camera, but on the character position. So, I mean the ears of the character to be on the character. So because before it was on the camera, so if you would zoom in or out the camera, the sound was changing, which was a bit weird. So that I've changed it. And so if I open my skill window, which is this, there is a faction tab. I don't know why there is this text block, but yes, because I received an empty one for all the one that we don't know. Okay, it's fine. But anyway, there is this. Why the icon has not been set though? So this list is getting populated okay. Here are all my other factions. The problem is that we don't have them in Unreal. I can put them now, but and so we don't get the text. But it's weird we didn't get the icon. It's weird that we didn't get the icon. If I click on it, it says click nothing. Okay, so there are still some issue for sure. For sure there are some issues. So let's go one by one. So first I want to know why I have no icon in my... So receive skill value data. For sure we go through this. No, sorry, it's not this. Receive faction standing. For sure we go through this. We clear the children, we set the current faction to empty, we set this, we add a new child. So this is the one that is adding the child on the left. So this is actually allowing us to see this list on the left. Okay, this is what it's doing. So it's adding that. Scrollball faction, add children. No, wait a second, there is a mistake. No, there is a mistake, this is adding it twice. Okay, this I don't need anymore because this was the addition of the... Anyway, that has to be deleted. Then we for each, okay, so we create a new widget, yes. For each one, we check if the selected faction is equal to... We check if the current selected faction is valid. Yes, this is just to select the first one. Okay, fine, I remember. Yes, then we go inside of this setup faction. So why this setup faction is not working? I mean, it's working for the name, but it's not working for the... Probably I need to set the atlas anyway. Let me see. I think I need to set this atlas material texture anyway, because it's been created from scratch. Probably I need to do this setting, otherwise it's not working okay. Okay, so let me just launch it again because I want to see if that happens. Now the other thing that doesn't work is the click. You see, this says click nothing, score 0. Click nothing, score 0. So why the click? Why the click is not detecting the faction that we are clicking on? So in theory, the way it works is that we bind to the event of clicking faction dispatcher. So up to there, so this piece is working for sure because we see the print, okay? The problem is that we don't get the faction selected. It is very weird, but let me see if I set it somehow, because maybe I don't set it. Faction select, well, actually faction selected we said that is self, right? So or the search is not working. Let me print here the faction ID. Let me print here the ID and we see immediately if it's okay or not. Because, well, there are two things. There is the faction ID. The faction ID and the faction name, alright? Faction ID and faction name. I think the faction ID will be empty, probably, because we are getting a 0 score. That's very weird that we are getting a 0 score. Considering that order of the kin edge is number 1, right? Yes, and I have 32 in score, so I think that for some reason faction ID is not getting set. Are we setting it in any way? Faction name, we have a setup faction is setting the ID. No, it's not setting it, that's the problem. We are not setting it, boys. So it will never work. Okay, so faction ID, okay, so that was the problem for sure. Yes. Okay, so we should test if now we have an icon, and when we click, we get the right name and the right score. Marcellum is saying, hi, I'm still quite new to this. I'm currently reading that gate cycle. It has planes nexus of the two Orm gods. Any connection? Is that gate cycle a book? Is a fantasy book? Ah, yes. It's a fantasy book. I don't know. I mean, fantasy can be... by the way, it's written by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, okay, which are the same one that wrote the Dragonlance saga. The same one that wrote Dragonlance, right? I don't think I have read this one. No, I've not read this one. So he has no influence on me because I never read that book, that set of books. He had no influence. They wrote it between 90 and 94. Well, I guess they have been influenced for sure by the landscape setting, like we have been. So planes. I mean, planes is nothing new. Planes are there since very long time. So. But our planes are slightly different than the D&D planes. Okay, at least we get a score, and we properly get the score, and we get the name, so that's nice. We still don't get an icon though. I don't know why we don't get an icon. I've set the material, I've set the atlas. Do I need to create a new brush? Do I need to reset it somehow, or what? I need the texture as well. Why I don't see an icon? Why we don't see an icon there? So what I did, I have set the atlas position, X and Y, and I have set the material on that particular image, but seems to be not enough. Why? Ah, I need to call setup button, I guess. Yes. I need to call. Yeah, I need to call. Yeah, sorry, I need to call this thing. I need to call setup button. Okay, fine. It's even better for me because there is less mess than this. So I need to call setup button, and setup button will take the atlas, will take the material, the tooltip. I would say nothing. The text mode, no. The optional text, I don't know what is it, but I would say no. So we can remove all of this. And just have our setup. Okay. Nice. So I think now it will work. No. What it doesn't like? The target. Yeah, you're right. Server still running. Okay. So we did this. Now I think we can go one step further because the next time we will see the icon and we also see the score. So let's go one step further. The step further is to display the right panel, right? To display the right panel. Now to display the right panel, we need to create the right panel because at the moment we don't have it, right? We don't have it. So we need to create now the right panel. Now the question is, how do we want to have it? So we wanted to have something that is expandable, so that basically this chunk, when you click on it, expands, right? And I think we have a very good example of this because we did it already. in the same window, in the skill window. Now we need to go and check how it was done, but it was very good, I think. It was very, very nice. WD slot item. We changed it? I don't know if we changed it. So it was is one of this WD skill ability, WD skill progress. So it's something. Skill ability. Exactly. So this is the panel, and this one is the panel that is expanding when you click on it. So, which is interesting. On clicked, show skill info. Show skill info. Oh my god, it is a bit overlapping. Okay. Show skill info. Scale box 0. Get visibility. If it's collapsed or if it's not yet. Okay, if it's collapsed, you said not yet. Yeah, so this is basically the toggle, between the two modes. An in loop out, an in loop in. Set time of a function name. Is looping on a function, which by the way is this one. Holy shit. So it's basically animating the resides of the thing. Okay, I don't think I want to do it now. I mean, it's too complex. I mean, I don't know if it's too complex. Maybe it's not that complex, but I don't want to spend time, working on the graphical smoothness of an expand. For now, we will just visualize it without the scaling, without the animation. Hello Gian, welcome, how are you? So we'll just display it without the animation, I guess, because I don't want to spend time in doing that. But yeah, so basically the only thing we need to do is to create a panel like this one, and then this panel as a sub panel, and this sub panel is getting shrinked or expanded based on if you click on it or not. And the same thing I want to do for the faction. Now let me just check how we did it. So it's an horizontal box. VBox main. This is a vertical. So it's a vertical box with two elements. Yes. And then this one is just an overlay. I mean, it's very simple at the end. And it just then shrinks, the bottom part. So it is doing something like this. The only difference is that it does it with an animation. But okay. So I think it makes sense to me. I think it's just wanted to look at this example because it was, already done. I didn't want to reinvent something, but I think that is pretty simple. Why not just use the pre-made expandable area? I don't think I ever use it. Expandable area. I don't know, we can try. But what is the difference? I mean, he has like a method like expand or shrink or something. So, so what do we need to do? We need to create, let me see which kind of widget we need to create. Okay, the title will be easy. The title is just in the middle and is for the whole thing. So I think we can keep the title. Yeah, the problem is that we have, so we need a scroll box from here down actually, right? While at the moment we are clearing we have the scroll box from here down. It's not a good idea. Do we want everything to scroll, or do we want only the... I think we want only the ranks to scroll, right? I don't think we want everything to scroll. I think we want only the ranks. So in theory, in our window, we could have at least the title. Win skill factions. We can have at least the title. What is it? So these scroll faction ranks actually... I think we need an overlay. No, I think we need an overlay here in the middle, which would be like position 2. And inside the overlay, I will have my text title, no? And my text will be txt faction name, which would be centered, whatever. We will sort out how we want it, but and then there will be below it no, wait, should be outside of the scroll. So this will be faction name, right? And this will be txt faction description. And the only problem is that this one should go... Can I position it? I don't know if he's doing what I want to do, but... Or I put another vertical... Maybe I should put another vertical... Yeah, probably I have to. I have to put another vertical thing here. Because overlay, just as overlay, I don't think is working. I think in the second column, I need a vertical box, which contains my 3 things: the title, the description, and then a scroll for the ranks. Probably. And this overlay will go away. I can decide a padding. Okay, anyway. So these two should be variables because I need to change them for sure. And I think we can use our font. Why not? Yeah. And then below that we will have the scroll of the faction ranks. Yes. Yes. Should fill the rest of the space. Now horizontally, I don't know what will happen. But I think it will size to the content. I think it will kind of size to the content somehow. Let's see. Okay, so this is just the setup. Then inside our faction ranks, right, which is the one that we are clearing out now, so I think it's good. So when we are displaying this window, which is here, we go inside of this. Yes. And the first thing we need to do, we need to get faction name and faction description. So these two, I don't know if we have somewhere, by the way. Yeah, we have it here, name and description. Easy. Okay, so we get these two, and we set the text. Okay. Then we can change later on, the way it's displayed, but for now it's just the logic of it, and then we can change a bit the graphics if anyone wants to improve it. So this is just the printout, but so we set the name and the description. Now here is where it starts to be a bit more complex. We need to display the ranks. Well, for now, let's just display the ranks for each one, right? Because I think we have positive and negative. So these two, I don't remember if are already pre-filtered. But no, I would say they are not pre-filtered because I don't remember. Do we pre-filter those two based on the one that only the player has, or is the full list? Request. So we should have a request faction something. Request faction standings. Okay, this one is going here under handle faction. Now Visual Studio will take 2 hours to find a function that is just next to them. Okay. I think we are already filtering it. Yeah. We are already filtering. Perfect. This part was done already. Okay, so we are already filtering only, so the one that arrive in the blueprint are only the one that the player knows or should see. So the only check that we need to do is, I think, if we are displaying a positive or a negative rank. At the moment, in our data, as an example, I only have two positive numbers, 32 and 5. But we can add another one, like 5 and it's minus 15. So I think we can do that as well. So we can check on this one as well, right? 5. What is 5? Is the conclave of the glyphs. Okay, I think I can add 5 to our sample data, to our data. and it will be exactly the same instance. Yeah, this thing is a bit useless actually because we are, well, anyway. It will be 0 and 2. No, it will be 1. No, it will be 2 and 0. The icon. And so at least we have the correspondence into the table. Okay, so it's just showing the icon or whatever. So, but it will display the number 5, which is actually a negative value. So the thing that we should check is, it's pretty simple. We can do it by score. If the score is negative, then we check the negative ones. If the score is positive, we check the positive ones. So I think we can just branch. I mean, we can just split based on the score, I would say. So let me say if it's equal or greater than 0. I mean, 0 it cannot be actually, because 0 means that it's not known. Right? 0 standing score value. Don't remember if I included 0 anywhere in this discussion. I think that 0 is nothing, so 0 should never happen. 0 should never happen. But anyway. So I don't know if it will happen, but it should not. In theory, it should not. We should never get here a value of 0 now. Considering all the code, maybe it will happen, but it should not happen. So if it's greater than 0, then we manage the positive ranks. If it's less than 0 or equal to 0, but let's say less than 0, we manage the negative ranks, okay? Which is pretty good. So positive and negative, right? Now the question is what to do. So we need to create one widget that we don't have yet. So we need to create a new widget, which will be a widget, we call it faction rank. We don't have a faction rank yet, right? We have a widget faction name. Yes, we don't have a faction rank. So we will create a new widget. We'll call it WD faction rank. And this widget will be made, I mean, I want it to be made like this, right? So it should have an icon with a number, right? Well, an icon, I don't know, kind of a circle or something. Or we take it, or do we take I think we can have the same of the skill, which was pretty nice looking. The one of the skill, we had one in the skill, skill ability. I don't know if it's this one. Actually, I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Okay, let's try. I don't remember if it's this one, but I think it is. When you hover it, there is some stuff that is happening. I don't know. I just don't know if we have to set it up. If there is a setup or not. No, there is no setup. But there is an icon ID, ability description, WD skill ability. WD progress. Yes, it's inside of this. But I think they are created dynamically, right? Skill ability. Hey, thank you for the follow. Scalability. Yeah, you see, we create them dynamically. We create them dynamically. Create them dynamically. You see, but there is no setup function. It's pretty bad. We created and we just set all the parameters like this, which is a bit of a mess. Would be much better to have a setup, setup function where we pass all these parameters and we do it once and forever, and instead of doing it in the middle of another window like this. I don't like it. Should I change it now? I mean, it's doing a bunch of stuff. It's doing setting the opacity. I mean, it's creating this thing, creating W skill widget, row name for each loop. Get that ability row, get material instance by path, get material instance. Values, set brush for material, set brush, make brush. Yeah, but all of this should be actually in a function, Makes no sense that it's inside another widget and is actually acting only on the W skill ability. Then what is doing here? Your skill rank is lower, so inactive the icon. So in this case, if it's inactive, what it's doing is creating another thing. Tooltip ability inactive widget. But I think this is only the tooltip. So it should be only a text. Ah, yes, it's something like this. Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I lost myself. So it's only creating an inactive tooltip, or here is creating an active tooltip. I don't know why he called it icon, which is super confusing. So inactive tooltip, not inactive icon, no? Unless it's setting the color and opacity to skill progress. By the way, here the target is missing. Then what it's doing is setting as vertical alignment that child, render translation. This thing, I have no idea what it is. This is probably the position. Yeah. It's the horizontal position of the thing. Okay, interesting. Because he has to position them horizontally. But I think that this part can stay the same. The only one that I would like to make, as a function is all of this. So that we can call it, because actually, what is passing in is passing in X and Y and a path, nothing else. Then the 3232 is hard-coded. The brush is constructed and hard-coded. This image skill icon is anyway inside the widget, so this one will go inside. So I think let me see what happens if I select this and I make it a function. Okay, I think it should work okay. The only problem is the row not found, because the row not found will be exiting from the function and going here. That's a bit of a mess. because this is the case in which the skill that we are trying to select is not found in the data table. Should never happen in theory, should never happen, but this line is a problem for the function. I mean, it's not a problem because it can be just an exit, you know. But basically it has two different tags. Let me see what happens if I do this. If it creates two different exits or what. If I do collapse as a function. No, it doesn't allow me to because I think it for that problem. Found too many output connection. Yeah. That is the problem. Well, I can do it after, but I can do it from here, you know, starting from here. But it's a bit of a pity because I would like. By the way, what is this thing doing? It's only doing set opacity. So what if we take this and this we put it inside? Because these two at the end are going in the same place. So what if I take also the set opacity and so I take all of this. Do you think he's smart enough to know that these two are going in the same place? No, it's not smart enough. Probably because there are reroute nodes. Okay, I think I can do this. And take this one as well. Right? What do you think? I think this way will work. Yes, it worked. So this will be setup skill ability widget. Right? Now the problem is that now I put it here, but this function should go inside a widget, right? Why we need to do it on this thing? I mean, this setup ability widget should be inside the ability widget itself, right? So let me do it. Skill ability. I think it's this stuff. Yes, skill ability. Okay, let's create a new function, and we call it setup. I just call it setup because anyway, it's inside the thing, so he's setting up himself, right? So, and what we want to do, the only parameter is a string. Everything else, and the string, what is this string? This string is what? This string is I don't know, is a name. I have no idea what is it, but is a name that is then mapped to a data table. Is the icon? Is the icon of the? Is the icon? Is the icon? I don't think we have any icons on this. Anyway. Is it the icon? I think it's the icon. It's the icon? Okay, it's the icon. So let's call it. So let's add a new input, which is called icon. It will be a string, and then we just copy. I hope I can do it, but we just copy all of this to this, and then connect icon here, this here, and then it will just return nothing. I mean, this return is not needed because anyway, when you exit, you exit, you know. When you exit, you exit. So the only problem we have is this one, image skill icon, which was actually connected to something that we don't have. Why we don't have it? To self. Okay. Self image skill icon. Do we have an image skill icon here? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's simple. So we just get this, and then we plug it in into those two places, here and here, and then we can delete this, and this should be fine. Now the set opacity also has a target, yes, which is self, which is me, so okay, I think it's fine. The outer mesh is never used. Okay, I think it's fine. I think we replicated it inside a function, inside a widget. So I think I can delete it from here. I think I can delete it from here, but before deleting it, let me just... So basically I call setup. Okay. Yeah, so it's a bit simpler. What do you think? Huh? It's slightly simpler than before. It's definitely simpler than before. So having done that, so now we have that function that we can reuse also from other places, which was the purpose of why I did it. Let me just fix this part as well. It looks pretty bad. I mean, sometimes you need to do this kind of stuff and to just unclutter your code, you know, because, by the way, this code was not created by me. It was created by someone else, which I really hope he could be back, but he completely disappeared into the internet. I don't have his email either, so I just joined the project, started to do a bunch of stuff, and then he completely disappeared. Which is, and I didn't ask him an email or anything, so that was bad on my side. But completely disappeared, and I don't have a way to contact him. He has a YouTube page, but the YouTube page is not active, so he never posted a new video in like 1 year. So I hope he's okay. Really, I hope nothing bad happened to him. But yeah, you cannot find the function because it is not compiled. Set opacity. Set opacity. Set opacity was on. Sorry, it was on the icon. Okay. So now this is compiled. So now this one should compile as well. And now we can delete. We can delete this function from the other window because we don't need it, which is nice. Let me just see if recompiling everything works. Okay, so we basically did nothing. We just reorganized the thing. So, but I did this because I wanted to have the ability to create my icon and then do a setup also from another place. Now, the only problem I have is this icon thingy, because this icon thingy, I mean, I think if I set it up as null, it will still work, but as empty, I mean, but what is this thing? This is replacing a space with nothing, so it's removing spaces from the string. I don't know why. Ignore case, element name, ability data. I have no idea where this is coming from. Well, I can check the data table and see. The data table is named okay, we only have one line. So I think was a setup for a future functionality where on top of the golden circle you also add an icon. But I think at the moment it's not implemented. You see, there is only one line and the row says ability name, so I think it will never be used at the moment. So it's, so not only was a mess, but it was also not used. Okay, nice. So I can also call it without the setup. So what I wanted to do, but we have to maybe implement this, I don't know. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to have this widget connected to my window, right? So this was the original intent. So in my WD function rank, I want to add a skill ability, and maybe on top of it, or why there is a thing on the right side? There is nothing on the right side here. Maybe it's only the default sites. No, I don't know. Okay, but anyway, I never understood this fucking desired. Never understood it. Oh, what is door? I think it's taking the maximum of my widget somehow. Okay, so I want this. Then on top of it, I would like to have a number. It would be very nice to have a number. I don't know if we can do it in a way that is, because the number is the number of the rank. So this would be like 1, I don't know. Now 24 is definitely too much. Probably 18 is still too much. I have no idea about the color because I think it becomes black when it's in the game. I think. So let me try to do it in a color that is not blue or something. It's not outline color. Outline color has nothing to do with it, I guess. Why is not changing it? I mean, it's not shadow for sure. Ice color. Why there are so many colors in this thing? Color and opacity, outline, tint. Holy shit. Okay, so anyways, this. I mean this. Okay, so this one will be the number like on top. We will see how it looks. I have no idea. This will be the number of the rank. So this one we need to make it txt rank number. This one we need to make it a variable. Okay, so we'll have our icon, the rank number, and on the side we will have the title, and then we need a kind of a progress bar of some kind. So we need a title. It is really huge. Okay, this one will be txt title. Will be a variable because everything will be a variable because I have so I don't know, we can say recruit for now. Recruit, yeah, recruit, and then we will have we need a progress bar which we need to fill out based on the score. right? Well, based on the comparison between the maximum score of that particular rank and our score. So I don't remember if for progress bar we were using anything fancy. I think we have the progress bar at the top, which is kind of fancy looking. And I think, well, I don't know, we can use it just a normal progress bar now, and we can change it in the future if we want. I don't want to spend time now in graphics. I just want to make it working, and then if anyone wants to improve it, that's fine. So this will be your progress towards that particular rank. And then we need a text at the end, which is the current value. We can do 18 again. We can do our font, and we can put it here in the middle. And this will be like, I don't know, 5 out of 10. Okay. Maybe with a space between the 5 and the 10. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then, which can be also negative. Yes. Then there will be the description of that particular rank. Now, the description, do we want it to have, let me see the other one. Do we want it to have it, yeah, we want it to have it not collapsed. Okay, so this one should be always available. So we add another text. So this one, by the way, I didn't name it. It should be text progress, and is a variable. And this one should be text description, and is a variable. Now the text description should go here, will be multi-line. Do we want to put it below the progress bar or no? I want to put it here. Okay, so potentially it's pretty big. Potentially something like that. Maybe we can go 16 instead of 18. I think it can be our font as well. And okay, so here you will have the text, right? The difference is that here the number was much bigger. But I don't know, I feel that like this is okay. Also because if I make it bigger, it's not making it bigger. So okay, so I think it's fine. I think maybe we'll reduce the size of the text or something. Fine. So this is the main part. Then we have the expandable part. Okay, so the one that expands only when you click it. Right? So let me see this expandable something. Expandable area. What is an expandable area? Expandable area. What the fuck is an expandable area? I'm working a lot on the faction just because it takes time to work on the factions. No, they're not going to change too much, but I would say they will be more. They will be more important somehow, you know. And I want them to make. I want to make them better anyway. Ah, okay, that's what I know. I understand that. It's not animated though. No, I want to do it my own way. I don't think that is what I want to do, right? I'm not sure. I don't know. Okay, so below this, there will be. Yeah, I understand, but it's not very customizable, I guess. So there is this triangle thingy that you need to click. Can you change the triangle? Maybe you can change it. I don't know. But it doesn't give me a lot of. Yeah, probably the style. You can change it. Yeah, you can change anything, I guess. Do you click on the wall thing, or you have to click only on the? Because I would like to click in on everything. I don't like this gray. I don't think he has enough controls for us to actually do it the way we want. Like, we would like to have a small animation, you know. So, okay. What I was doing? Ah, yes, here. So here we need to have below this, we need to have a panel, which is, I want to have a panel. I never understood this freaking overlay thing. So if I put an overlay, can I put anything into it the way I want, or is it going to be annoying to me? So does it choose the position of the stuff, or I think I can put here whatever I want in the position I want. I hope so, right? The only point is that it should not overlap with the text. This is probably why I need to put it in horizontal, in a vertical box, because otherwise, if the text changes sides, this thing will not automatically resize. Probably it's better to put a vertical box, you know, between the two, so that everything will go, all of this will go in the first box. Ah! Ah! Pain. Ah! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, the problem is just I don't want this to overlap. So I leave always the same space, you know. I can leave always the same space for now, but I guess in the future will not be like this. Okay, then here I need what I need. I need a line. Does a line exist? No, a line does not exist. Does a square exist? No. Is there any graphical element existing? Well, I can make a box with. I can make a box with a circle or a border. And a border exists. Okay, border exists. Why, if I put it on the overlay, everything is getting fucked? So the overlay is not a good idea. Eh? So if I take a border and I do it like this, and I color it of whatever color. And I have this orange thing in the example now. I don't know if I really will do it orange, but for now let's do it orange. Okay. So I have this thing which shows there is light below it, right? And then I have benefits. So then I have benefits. But anyway, no, I'm not dedicating a lot of time to factions. It's just that, you know, it's taking time. So it's taking time to develop this thing. Even if you want to make it slightly better than what we have today, it's taking time. So benefits, then we will have title. No, title. Ah, no, because the title can be different from the title. Yeah, we said that the title that you get is different from the name of the level, the name of the rank, right? And then you have emblems. And then you have this better prices with match on the same faction. Actually, this thing should be visible only. Better prices with match on better prices with merchants of the same faction. They should so this should just be a toggle, yes or no. There should be a check mark or not check mark. Now maybe we can display an icon or something, or just don't display it at all. So we can have it'd be nice to have like a V mark or something, and I can make a big V for now, and that's it. I know it's not great, but we will maybe we'll change it. Okay. But why I never get the right one? Okay. I don't know if it makes sense, but so this thing will disappear, you know, if is not part of that. Then we need another one, so because there are two things. So better prices with merchants of the same. But this text should change based on, yeah, because actually we have three type of text. We have three boxes. We have worst prices with merchant of the same faction, trades not possible with a merchant of the same faction. And also we have disadvantages instead of benefits for the negative ones. And you get no title. And you get no emblem. So there are actually two panels here. Maybe we can make two panels and show them as needed. Because they are a bit different. I mean, the positive and the negative are very different from each other. Maybe we can make two panels and we can show them as needed. Yeah, maybe it's better. So if I do, maybe it's better. If I do WD faction rank pos and neg, something like this, positive and negative, and I place both of them one on top of each other, and then I just hide or show based on the need. Let me do a duplicate. So do a faction rank positive, right? There is the positive one, and I will just remove all of this part above. The description. So the panel will be. Can I freaking select everything? No. Yeah, the panel will be something like that. So the benefits will be the bigger area, I guess, because the benefits can be quite some text depending on. I mean, the size should always be like 16 or something. Okay. This one can be 2 lines, easy 2 lines. This one can be easy 2 lines, and the title is easy. It's only one thing. This one, by the way, should be word wrap, otherwise word wrap. Yes. The title is simple. It's only 1 line for sure, and it's pretty short. I mean, it can be kind of long, but no more than this. So I think we can put it kind of in line with the other one. And then you will have emblems, yes, which can be 1 or more icons. I don't know exactly how to display them, but we will have 2 icons here. Which I think it will be a WD button with the Atlas thing. So we will take them from the Atlas the same way. We can put, I don't know, maximum 3 of them. I don't know how many, but yeah, I think that for 1 rank, I think if we place 3 will be more than enough. Or 2, let's put 2. 2 is enough. Per rank, so, you know, maximum 2. 2 per rank. Okay, so this will be the positive one. Then we have the same, but for the negative. So let me duplicate, and we call it, oops, and we call it neg. Okay. Now the negative, first of all, has disadvantages. Disadvantages here. So the text has to be a bit shorter here, and yeah, I want to keep the same size, but yeah, same position would be better. Then you will have no title, and you will have no emblems, but you will have 2 options here. Maybe we can do this. And this will be duplicated. We duplicate it, and you have 2 options, which doesn't mean that they are always happening, but they may be happening. One is and this one should be red, I guess. One is worst prices which make it of the same faction, yes. And another one is trades not possible with mention. Okay, so these two things are booleans, so it may happen or not based on the negativity of the level. So if you are really low in ranks, you will not be able to trade at all. So they will refuse your trade. Right? Okay, good. So this one we did. Now we have a positive panel and a negative panel. So we can, I think we can have both in. Let me just check what should be a variable. All of this should be so it will be txt prices 1, txt prices 2, because this one I will hide in case it's not the case, right? And this will be txt trades 1 and txt trades 2 and txt trade 2. Okay. Then I need this one, which is txt disadvantages is a variable, and that's it. So in this window I think we are fine. Now in this one there is txt benefits and is a variable. There is txt title and is a variable. It is button emblem 1 and it is button emblem 2. There is txt prices 1 and it is txt prices 2. Okay, I think it's good. I think we have all the pieces that we need to compose our window now. So in this one, I think what we can do, we can just add 2 of those. So let me delete all of that. Let me delete this. What happened? Okay. Inside of this one, we will have a positive and a negative. Which will overlap, but I don't care. Right? They will overlap, and it's not very easy to understand where is one and where is the other. One will go from here down. And this other one will be in the same position from here down. Yeah, the positive one is a bit bigger on the right side, but okay. One will be visible, no, both will be not visible at the beginning, so I will enable them, but anyway, I think I will do it under code anyway. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, so I think we have the graphics pieces. We have the graphics pieces. Now we need to populate all of this. It's a bit of a mess. PRG rank progress, txt progress, txt type. Well, this one is not actually anything, so this we can call it. No, this one obviously is my mistake. Txt title, txt rank number. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So how do we populate this thing? So when we are in the skill faction, so we are here, right? We are here, we arrive in the display faction ranks, we set the name and the title, the description, the name and the description on the top. Then if it's a positive or negative, Wait a second, because at the moment we are still in the main window, eh? So for each of this, so each of this is one of those, right? Because each of these is a rank. So I think I can create the usual setup function inside my thingy. So first thing I need to do, I need to create a new widget, which is my faction rank. Then inside the faction rank, I think we can just do the setup, right? I don't want to do it here for sure. So inside my faction rank, we will have a function which is called setup, and as an input, I think we can take the wall element, but it needs to take the wall element. It needs to take can take the wall element, but you also need the score. So it can take a faction life event structure, I guess. You can take a faction life event structure, but I also want the player score. Which is actually an integer, right? Okay. So on this one, after I created it, I do setup. I pass in this, and I pass in the score. Right? And I do the same, but then I don't need this split then, because anyway the setup, if it's negative or positive, no, because I want to pick, no, I need it because I need to pick, I need the for each loop only on that, yeah, okay, that's fine. I need to select which array to use, because there are two different arrays, positive and negative, and they cannot be the same, right? They cannot be both, they cannot be both valid. So this one is a printout. This printout we will remove it soon. This printout is messing up with the symmetry so much. Okay. Player score stays as player score. Okay. Okay, so at this point, what? At this point, we are calling the setup for each one, and then when we complete it, should we do something? No. I think if the setup is working okay, we already be a success. So we go inside a setup, apart from the fact that I misspelled player score. Okay. And what do we do? What we do, boys? What we do? What we do? What do we do? So here we basically need to break this thing. And this thing has all the value, has all the elements that we want and we need, right? And so here we are inside the faction rank. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, we need to see if it's a positive or negative element, right? So entry value and value. So basically, if entry value is greater than 0, is a positive rank, right? So I think that is the first thing we need to do. Checking if is a positive or negative rank. If it's a positive rank, the first thing we need to do is to take our faction neg and set the visibility to collapsed, so it will not show up. Yeah, just one thing though, because we need to, as a default, do we want all of them to be collapsed and only when you click it you see it? I think yes. So I think actually in the setup both are visibility collapsed. It's only when you click it that we will it's only when you click it that we will see which one to show based on the value, right? So this player score, we need to store it somehow, or we always have it. No, we always have it, because we always have it in the window. We always have it in the window. So in this case we hide both, right? But we should set them up, right? So the first thing we need to set is the rank number. So we set the text. So let's do all the common stuff first, not the branch. The branch we will do it at the end. So the rank number, we have it here. Rank number, easy. Then we have the rank number. Then we have the description. No, then we have the name or whatever it is. Then we have the name. So I call it title, but let me rename it because title is not correct. It should be text in name. So we get the name. And we set the name. Easy. Then we have the progress bar. Progress bar is complex. Let's do it at the end. Then we have the score. Then we have the. No, we can also do it now. The progress bar. So the progress bar. And there is a set percentage, no? Yeah. There is a set percentage. So basically this one is based on the score. If your score is greater than the value, I mean this should work also if it's a negative one. If it's a negative, it works exactly the opposite way. So I think we need to branch. So let's set the description first, and then I think we need to branch. So for the description, we get the description. And now I think we need to branch. Because maybe the branch we can do it down here. Maybe. I think I prefer it because I will have to take a lot of the values that are still here, you know, and they will be a bit closer instead of going like super far away. So the branch, So if it's a positive one, right? I just take my score and I compare it with the value. So if I do my score divided by the value, no, sorry, the value, yeah, the value divided by my score, no, the score divided by the value. My score divided by the value. I will get my score divided by the value. I will get the percent. Now let me just think if it works in all cases. If I have 20 and the maximum is 10, 20 divided by 10 will be 2, and so the percent in this case will be 200, right? And so it will go over, but I think it will never go over, so I think it will set it as maximum. So I think it works only also if I'm going over. We will see, but I think it should work also if it's going over. If it's negative, I think everything is reversed. So the entry value is, for example, 0 and the value is minus 10. So in this case, if I take my score and I divide, should I ABS that thing? But I should take anyway the value again. So if my score is minus 5 and I do minus 5 divided by minus 10, I think the minus will not care, right? If I do minus 5 divided by minus 10, it becomes 0.5. So actually the sign doesn't make any difference. The sign doesn't make any difference. And if my score is minus 20, divided by minus 10, yeah, it's okay. So the percentage, you can set it here as well, before the branch, because it's exactly the same. Doesn't make any difference. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very, very, very nice. Okay, so makes 0 difference. And so we set the percent. Then we branch, because we arrived up to, no, we also have to type the two numbers. We also need to type the two numbers, which is txt progress I don't know if this one will make a difference for positive or negative. We take the entry value, we take the value and the entry value. So like 0 slash 10, or yeah, this one makes a difference because I have to revert the two actually. So if it's positive, we will if it's positive, we will take the entry value dash the maximum value, right? If it's negative, I think we will do the opposite probably. If it's negative, we will do the value, so minus 15. I don't know if you want to show it minus 15, between minus 15 and minus 10. Because otherwise the percentage will be the opposite. If it's negative, let me think about it. So if we have a minus, so there are two ways, right? I can say minus 20, minus 10. So this means that you go between minus 20 and minus 10. And so if you are at 18, yeah, because the percentage goes the opposite way then. If you are at minus 18, if this is the range, right, and you are at minus 18, what do you want to show? You want to show only the first piece? So I think it's probably easier if you show minus 10, minus 20, because you're becoming more and more hated, you know. So minus 10, minus 20. So the more it grows, the worse it is. Yeah, I think it's more intuitive, no? And so if you are at minus 18, you will be close to reach the next level, which will be, I don't know, from minus 20 to minus 30. Yeah, I think is it's better to show it the opposite way. I think it's better to show -10, -20. I think it's better to show it. And so in this case, then I don't need to branch, because in case it's negative, we will go entry value, yeah, it will be exactly the same. Entry value. So will be identical. And then the percentage will be correct as well, because we said that the sign doesn't make any difference. So which is good. Okay, so I think we can set this text. Right. So I think we can do something like this. And then what? And then finally we branch, I guess, because we need to work on the two panels, right? So if the entry value is less than 0, if the entry value is greater than 0, then we go on the positive panel. So if we take the positive and we start to set stuff on it, right? I don't know if we want to have a setup as well, so we can just say function positive setup, function negative setup, and we pass in the same value. Maybe it's cleaner. Yeah, maybe it's cleaner. Do you like it more? I think I like it more. So everyone has his own setup function, and I think it's better. Let's call it function rank. We still need to pass in. Do we need to pass in the score or not? No. I think we don't need to pass in the score, right? So here we can call setup of the positive or setup of the negative. We obviously need to create a function on this one as well. Okay. I cannot click on the first one for whatever reason. So we call the setup of this or the setup of that. and faction rank is this thing. So we need to somehow to okay. Yeah, so it's clean enough. I mean, it's not perfect, but I would say it's not too bad. Okay. So when we have set up the two, I think we are done, because it's only when it clicks that we will expand or shrink. Okay? Hello, Rwanda. Welcome. So we are working on factions. It's actually the third stream I dedicate to factions, but because I didn't work off stream, so I didn't have any time off stream actually to work on this. Usually what I do sometimes is to start something and then complete it off stream, and so maybe it looks to you that it's easier than reality, but in this case I'm just working on stream for all the pieces. Okay, so what we should do in the setup? In the setup, we need to. So here we are in the setup of the positives, and the positive is this thing. Okay. So we need to set up the. Why we have a title? What is this title? Ah, yes, the title is. Now we need to set up the benefits first. So this will be the benefits of the positive rank. And here I think I can just expand it. So this will go on benefits. Then I will set up, the next thing is the title. Then the emblems. The emblems, I have no idea actually how I did it. The emblems, what I didn't pass them on. Rank value, rank entry value, rank description, rank number, rank name, rank benefit, player. Decals list is this one. Okay, I don't remember exactly how I conceived this, but I think it's a string just separated by pipe of the different ID. So this thing, I don't know. We have to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it. At the moment, I don't have it. Okay, so I don't have it yet. So I will have to think how to do it. Then, after this, we need to check if there is this better prices with merchant of the same faction. Yes, exactly. So we need to check if this is true or false. So if this is true, then I think we can leave. Well, I may have. No. Let's set the visibility explicitly so that we are sure that. Right. So I do a get prices 1, get prices 2, and we set the visibility on both of them explicitly. So if it's true, so we don't mess up in case, you know, we reopen the window or whatever. If it's true, we make it visible. If it's false, we just make it collapsed. Okay. The difference between collapsed and hidden is that hidden is taking the space, even if it's not visible, while collapsed is not taking the space. I think in this case we don't want to take the space, so I think collapsed is fine. Yeah. Yeah, and that's it for the positive. I think that's it. Apart from the emblems that we have to do, but I think for the positive, that is the thing. Now, where do we show the panel? So I think here, after this, we still have to do a negative, huh? But after this, we need to show one or the other, you know. So if it's a positive, we make this one visible. I know we said we do it on the click, huh? Because here we make both collapse and then we do it on the click. Okay, fine. Fine, we do it on the click. Do it on the click. We do it on the click. So let's do the negative. So for the negative, I think I can copy most of this or no? No, I think it would be different. I think it would be different than this. Very different. So I think this copy paste is useless, but yeah, it's completely useless. Maybe the only thing that is not useless is the branch here. But I will have to take the disadvantages first and set the text. In this case I set it to benefits, but just because I am reusing the same field in both cases. And then we have to do two checks. If this one is affecting prices and if this one is preventing trading. No, sorry. So wait. So preventing trading is this one. Affecting prices is this one that already exists. So affecting prices is good what we did here. Preventing trading, we have these other two, which is actually exactly the same as this. Right? Okay. So visible, collapsed, based on the prevent trading thing. Okay. Then when this is done, we go both into this branch and then we do the prices. Okay, I think it's good. And we have no emblems, no anything else. Nice. Okay, I think we have something. I think we have something that we can test. So I don't know if it will work because there is so many nodes and so many connections, but in theory it should. Do we want to put some printouts before testing? I should go through this. Let me just check if this setup is actually working. I mean, we are adding faction because there is a for loop, right, which is doing a setup on each. Yeah, it should be okay. Maybe we can just put a printout. Well, we have a printout here. Okay, let's see what happens. I have no idea if this will work at the moment because it's too much code I added, so I have no idea. But there is a chance we will see something. There is a chance, boys. Server is loading. Okay, server is up. Is receiving all the data. Okay, so apart from that shit, but okay, so we have the list for the three. I don't know why we have these icons, by the way, but I think they are correct, probably. Now, if I click on one, nothing happens. Why? Nothing happens. So in theory, when I click on one, it says clicked order of the Kinect score 32. Clicked score, it should arrive here. Because I didn't add it as a child. Okay, so there is a piece missing. There is a piece missing. The piece missing is that, yes, we do the setup, but we don't add this thing to this. So we were constructing the window, but we were not adding it as a child of the main window. Right? The only thing I need to know if I'm clearing, I think I am, but if I'm clearing the ranks, I'll need to check if I'm clearing the ranks before, but I think I am. pretty sure I am. Yeah, we cleared it here. Okay. Okay, so now we add, but we clear it. No. Wait. We clear it here, but when we click, we should clear again the ranks. Huh? Oh yeah. Otherwise, we will add on top every time. Okay. So now, I think now is better. I think now we have more chance to see something. The icons are still a bit small and everything, so we need to then refine the icons, the size of the icons, but I mean, first we need to get the icons. At the moment we don't have icons for faction, so someone should design it. I asked already if someone can. And we have some proposals, but still no progress. Okay, the server is starting up. Should be fine. Let's see what happens. Boom. He displayed something here. I mean, it's not well formatted as I wanted, but it's displaying something. Now we need to understand why is displaying level 3 and not the other levels like 1 and 2. But anyway, it's displaying something. Now, unfortunately, if I click on it, it's still not doing much. But in theory, when I click on it, it should expand, the other area. Now, what we can do, just as a trick, 1 second, to see what it displays. But I think the original data, the source data, may not be wrong, may not be right. What we can do, just to see also the rest, is to avoid this. Okay, so let me just set it to visible and test it again, and now we should see. But I don't know why we're receiving only 1 rank and not 3 ranks. I want to receive all the ranks. For the one that I have 32, it seems that the code here on the server side is not sending me all the ranks. I think we are sending only the level 3 for whatever reason. I mean only the last one. So if you have rank 1, 2 and 3, seems that he's sending only the level 3. Which is a problem. But I can fix it. I think it's just a small mistake in the C++ code for that part. But pretty much it's working. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's starting to work. So I can see my factions and my score and the benefits and the other stuff. Let me see. The positive is showing okay. No, but the negative is overriding. No, we need to check what is going on, because here there are some panels that are on top of each other, and it should not be. Also, we have some strange text, and this icon is not as good as... Should have been like this. For some reason it's white. Okay, I will fix it. I have to go now because I have to go to dinner, but I will continue this in the next days, and maybe I think that when we will see each other again, I will have this completed. I think would be probably done by then, because I think that all the server side is okay, just with small changes. The client side start to be okay. Obviously, we need to fix these overlaps, but it seems that it's starting to be working fine. Okay, boys, I need to go. So with that said, I think I will close the stream. Thank you for watching, and I remember you that we have a Patreon site, so if you want to support us, you can go to patreon.com/planeshift, and you can help us with some subscriptions, or you can just follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, and that would help me already as well. Okay? Thank you for that. See ya.